Hello everybody, new Limbus Company update, so I of course have to play it. Let me look at the rules, because, kind of a banger song. Okay, yeah, there's that. Okay, and then the ego. Not ego, ID. Unbreakable 43. Negative point? What? Just quickly looking through this to see if it's anything interesting. Increase after winning a punch. Increase after losing a punch. That's kind of interesting. So he's a negative coin ID with unbreakable coins or whatever. And then 16 rolled 3 times is kind of crazy. And then base power. Yeah, so you kind of, I guess, want to die, right? Because I think you have something with ego resources. When dying 5 and 3, then gain 2 ego resources. Yeah. Anyways, sadly I will not be using those guys since this is like a day after it, and they're still locked behind seasonal stuff. So I will just be going through it as normal. Medical checkup. Oh, I used all mine. There we go. I'm running bleed.
Cannibal time.
Why not? I might have wanted to put in. I'm sure I'll be fine. Only for. I looked from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damned imbeciles. What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Faust has attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly from the others' delayed decisions. Apologies, yet concerned was I that to not disperse swiftly enough, I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it, why would any of you listen to my orders? Boy, the genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of our neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to get an edge in battle. Worry that you're still alive. Worry thee not. How befitting of a hero is it to perish in a place of her compatriot good. Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of "you're doing it wrong," but I had no choice but to watch as this woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. If I tried, the researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We're almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot that I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of the bind first. Am I gonna be like almost dead or something crazy like that? Oh, maybe I should have brought in reinforcements. Oh, like a tool? That wasn't okay. I'm pretty sure they have the strongest ego. Okay, yeah. Anything different? No passives. I'm just kind of a banger song now, huh? Oh yeah, I guess these guys were in the trailer, weren't they? Still, fighting more of these ones is kind of a pain. How do you do that? Can you tell me your question? Forward and
죄인인가?
the same as before, so I'll do the first 2 fights, and before it starts getting recovered, skip over.
실밥이 터졌나?
Hopefully the new ideas are good. I've seen a bit of them. But I haven't seen anything about it. Teaser. But, they look decent. They look crazy, I guess. Purposely wanting to kill yourself for ego resources actually seems interesting, but I don't know. I do kind of going with egos though, with actually, you know, sacrificial egos. Okay. Music is dropping. Oh, they're walking a burn team against me. That explains why they're losing. Okay. Well, you're targeting him all. Oh, you're on a 3-speed though. Then I'll target you. So you fast and kill. Alright, nice. Oh, I could have looked if there was any waves to this. There probably is. I'd assume there's a full burn thing, but who knows? You might die if I get lucky with this. Gambling? Nope. Who did I just hit? I think it was Ishmael, but she's not Lona, so I forgot. Oh, you're egoing. That's annoying. I don't think I can really win against that, so I'll just hit her to death. I think someone's gonna one-sided me now. How would I defend against these two? I guess that. Can I do this? Wait. Okay, yes.
점 찍었네.
Okay. Oh, I got the kill too. Nice. Lucky. Straight into the battle too, man. No like backstory. We're just already here right now. Oh yeah, that was pretty scary reconnaissance. Oh no, there was only one of them, or one squad. That was stagger. Oh, you guys are going to town on me. I think as long as I go first, I'll be fine. If I don't, I don't. I'll lose that. Even if my people die. Yep. More burn. I'll endure to it, okay. This might be because I know. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna kill you. That's cool. Does this win? Well, probably. Thank you.
꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
Alright, next first fight. Who are you? Okay, I guess that's a new announcer. I didn't see him. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Thanks. Ooh. Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Mersault for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyways? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly outrageous stretching. Whoop.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
I'm assuming we're just going to be
아니야,
fighting
이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
these guys. I'm assuming
아름다움을
we're just
잃지
going to be
않게.
test the whole time. Okay. Whoa, that sound right now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. What do you mean you can't? That right there is the creaking sound of time's ravages sink. Oof. I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll on us after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amongst these complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Hong Lu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt. I thought we were going to take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? That must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's, 'tis not to concern thyself with. Be not so. Of course there was someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot. That's my designated seat you're planting your arse in. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, here's the guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Oh well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you so harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can. Sink, I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right, now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chinwag to a minimum, yeah? Seems pretty villainously dickish to me. Anyways, am I the only one thinking about... Am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest he is making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages, or loosen up our muscles some, please. You still have expectations for our employers? I recall that young Mersault has given you quite an exquisite massage, hath he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many years following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was, the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy, that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius? Yes, I knew that day would come eventually. Day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of excruciating fatigue cannot be elevated. The necessities that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each center. What? Dante, are we doing alright? What could it possibly be that needs this much build-up? In other words, it is time for Limbus Company's gulp, dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup, but it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but it sounds like they're just checking up to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? I'm sorry, what? Ishmael? Oh, I can't replay that, okay. Only to come to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap into this opportunity to lecture us about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Coolio! You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular checkup. This Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rodeo. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left stand. What? R-Corp, is that you? What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one with a pale-faced abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal about this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual checkups, health checkups back at school, too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Perthy, wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable knowledge for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, that's not explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if they got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups as a kid too, I guess. Does that mean he actually went to school? I kind of just assumed he didn't, because you know the whole homeless thing. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering where they'd test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? But by your parlance, true authority, could it be that you are questioning whom among us is the leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course I must preface this with declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt towards Executive Manager's Okay. But that was not always a topic of great contention among us, that which of us is most fit to command the squad of sinners. Isn't it Ishmael or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Aha, so to summarize, the regular checkups entail putting us in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Silence fell at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it. I'll give you one hell of a fight. My fists used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Oh, that's why we're fighting the Pekatolan. I'm learning. Guys, isn't this... Or, this isn't. Okay, so where do we go off to? Where are we off to? The Battle Royale... excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust has obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. Wonder if we'll see the Golden Palace. I doubt it, but it'd be fun. Wonder if we'll see Cartman. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet mine heart is faint prepared, prithee. Allow us some time to prepare our travel Where's the HQ anyways? Hopefully it's not far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that the location is inaccessible via Mephistophelies. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistophelies? You're not to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Fie, I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding the warp train for this journey. So we're taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. I assume those were a part of Mephistophelies. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Oh, I'm sorry, Due to the variable nature of the activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. So I guess entering it too early? Or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and are you sure this is a sound suggestion? Rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's done and over with. What? Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment, however, it would be more accurate to say the back door is yearly used as a reference. How did you even make the time for the research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. Wait, with a certain new wing aspirant company? Does that mean the new L Corp? Or maybe something else? Oh yeah, new wing. A new wing, are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? But, a new L Corp would be interesting. I guess that would explain why... Be quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. I guess W Corp has kind of been falling off. Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more of late. And it's not a surprise that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Isn't L Corp still empty though? You kind of just take that one for free almost. Newspapers that also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see, so they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplement a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps in the works, and to ally with an ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both external and external, having fallen to such desperations as to seek assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. Is that what? Because, like, there's going to be that big crisis happening, right? For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to all that fails to overcome it. I'll talk about it once this is over. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection to one door to another. A portal, if you will. Oh, so you've resolved all the aforementioned side effects, then. Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lagging, or in other cases the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however minimizing pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. Pretty sure that's 2. Penta is like, I don't know, 5, 6? I think 6. They both sound equally awful to me. Sob, I would not behold mine own left and right shoe so cruelly sundered, forced to be so apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you weren't wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle roll through the window. Is that a vehicle? It's got no windows, though. Are we about to see that one person? From N-Corp, her, I don't know, boyfriend died? It wasn't really boyfriend, but you know. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. What was her name? She became, like, a commander, because we learned that in Ishmael's Canto. I cannot remember for the life of me. Ugh. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into an unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. Limbus Company. This is assistance from P Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. I don't remember what P Corp is. I don't know if we've heard about it. What that means. In cahorts with young Cesara, are you? Oh, wait, was P Corp the one we just witnessed? Oh, whoops. So, I don't know, buoyancy or something? Hoy day! How much I aspire to regale her with a tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concern will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worry thee not, for thou hast availed us with sights of Limbus Company's headquarters. Thy tit hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you are yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would fruitlessly effort to explicitate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Glad to hear that we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent trans-nest movements and irregular schedulings of our mission. I guess we moved around too much? Why'd you say that if you're gonna explain it anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's this about collaborating with P-Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp's singularity can be summarized as following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh right, didn't you say that Miss Sasara? I'm assuming that's right. Told you something about the principle of P-Corp singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Right. La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Let me just read this again. Expansion space warping. Okay, so bigger on the inside than the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's... how do I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of the city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments, how nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention is making use of space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity would be Mistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp space expanding technology is to create the safest place. What? The hit abnormality 21st of March or whatever? I don't know, the shelter? A perfectly perfected construct that's entirely sheltered from the outside world, the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity no matter what, its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive a P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions. Oh my god, I wonder if that's actually related then to that one SCP, because that'd be fire. Or I guess, I don't know how morality worked exactly. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of the vehicle utilized P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trucks or containers also transport things to different dimensions? Thank you, Sinclair. Huh? Sink, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was at school. Here's how it goes. So a Deviant Association employee makes a delivery to a house that then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into the courier truck and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up for a night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario when... Hey, come on, sometimes a story is just a story. I mean, if you crawl inside a courier trunk, I think you would... you know, not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to HANA and Deviant Association rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lines in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough... Actually, wait. Just realized. They made rules about not storing people? That's kind of wacky, right? Especially since, like, you know? It's just something with how awful the city is, you know? Though perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that they'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of a communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however. How does the company plan to move this instrument, as I expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has the detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, An effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city? Huh. Yeah, that's wacky. Is that a golden bow in the corner? Down here? I mean, I doubt it is, but it kind of looks like one, right? Or a bit more liquidy, I guess. In summary, an efficient means of transportation, such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and the aspirant W. So, what? Fake W Corp, right? Will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Vergalius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and a giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energies, now linked, are routing towards that gate. Those light up. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the doors began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low, droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. You know, I actually just realized something. Is Limbus Company the new L Corp? Well, no, I guess not, because Gregor said something about it, but... Are they trying to take new L Corp? Maybe? I hear heavy doors opening and closing, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Oh? Molecule floor? Is that you? It is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through HQ's front gate one day. Oh, these kind of look like containers, actually. Yeah, I guess extraction would make the most sense, right? Especially since they're making ego. How much do I need for this? 500. So at 500 I'll be able to try and John Rupture over there. I'm gonna toss you on.
형님과 누님
모두에게 평등하게.
Oh wait, no.
의뢰 형님
양양이라면
그러든가. Damn it.
원 소재가
Oh yeah, like I was saying a
준비됐어.
while ago.
의뢰
Maybe that new
형님과
wing
누님들을
warrant
위해
Otis
검은
mentioned
가로등
could be about
모두에게 평등하게.
why the whole city is about to be
풀어두죠.
millions of people murdered. And then I guess we're kicked out to... But you look nothing like what I imagined you to look like. Where's Bong Bong? I apparently heard she was in the teas. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Right. Are we waiting for something to happen, or are we suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains this role is because Yisang and I have been excluded from the research personnel file due to our statuses of sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research afterward. Oh, so you two are friends. Well, it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship. It could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. Ah, I am in agreement. For this first time since we're acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very, very well aware. I also am quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us the same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. And this must be daunting. Oh my god, smile. Happy guy. The executive manager of the Limbus Company Centers. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose you can hear what I'm saying. Can it? Nope. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It was grueling and arduous work to be in the position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd. Their clothes are... Oh, so you're the two IDs I got. Oh yes, allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Elisa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. So you two are gonna die, I'm assuming, because IDs. I'm pretty sure most of the IDs we get are from dead people. They're wearing gear extracted from abnormalities, but how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former Elk? Well, there are partial similarities to their gears. Enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions. Successful, I might add. Well, the news of production of Ego gear in Limbus Company style was already received. This is the very first time they were observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. Right behind you! So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions. Pecatola, too. I wonder, can you get an ego from a distortion or a pecatola? Indeed, they are in containment and research subjects for the LCE department as well. Faust closely observed the ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a project of 1,000 of repeated experiments with subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied, in order to extract it with acceptable level of stability. Does he have an ego weapon, perchance? Does not look like it, unless he has like a knife or a nail or something that's in his pocket. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just getting ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the boss, yeah? I feel the very same sense of urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, did he just press the dubious button? Emergency situation? The lever left portion started separating, and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of holding, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Charon. What the hell? This is an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure behaviors and responses in case of a surprise attack, so ambush it is. Was this such beforehand, Virgilius? Did that gauge shut? I don't know what's going on anymore. I guess those aren't abnormalities. You look anxious, Dante. You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't betting on this earlier. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with the flow, Dante. So it goes, would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Charon wants cake, too. Oh, hey, we've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. And then, yeah, I'm assuming that's where we were in the beginning. Purpose of the lounge is your combat capability in case the manager is separated from the group. I'm kind of still telling them what to do, so not a very good guess. I could theoretically hit that, but I'm super risky. I'll see how it goes though. Dominating favor, I'll take that. Dominating. Oh, these are the shitty type of tone, okay. I might run that. No, you'd have to block. You can block that, I'm chilling with that. Oh, you're attacking? Okay, that's everything then. I'll help you block. You can't block that. All three can still win. That's what I'm saying. Popping off. I'll try to read the... Anyway, I guess I can talk now since I probably might hold the chance. Yeah, I think it works. I mean, I hope we get more egos, because we're still missing the main he-buying guy. And he could be my trusting man, but also don't have to get him, because he seems to be like a big guy, so... There's 3 turns ago, something.
점 찍었네.
He seems to be like a big guy, so I don't know if he but you guys are cool. You've got them all the way back in fucking Snippet 4. Because it was so like early. Okay, slosh, man.
합격장.
And then the potential man, yeah. If you ask me, one's interesting. Like he's saying, from what I've seen, completely different from what I expected. He's a negative coin with 2 positive coins, but also unbreakable. So, you know, could be interesting. I wouldn't know, because, you know, I haven't used him yet, and I won't know anything about the other 2 until next Wednesday, I think. I think that's how that works.
완성되었나?
Maybe like, I don't know, Pride? Have we seen Pride yet? I think we have. Are you the same? Yeah, you are. You're really big for some reason. 1, 2... Yeah. Alright, I'm sure those 2 are on. Yep. You need to speedrun these. I forgot. I'm assuming it's within 10 so I think I'll be fine. Music's kind of a banger. Can't wait until we go to the Doom side. I know it's just first person.
완성되었나?
Not all of them. I'm only on 5. Might as well try to pop the whistles here. Do I need whistles? Slightly. I'm out of them. I'll probably ego here. Do I have Dawn ego? No, I have no ego. I need 2 gluttony, 1 pride. I probably won't need it, but not really. 2 gluttony, 1 pride. I'm not able to get it all in 1 turn. I'll do this, and then I get a mass attack next in. Oh, Strife.
죄인인가?
My favorite. I don't think that actually works on counter flashing counters. If it does, I don't think it does. I think it's specifically only normal counters. Nice.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
You're over 25 too, so I'm in mass attack. Ego.
포기하게.
I'm pretty confident you'll have that. I don't know, just a theory.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹
This is not
끝을 낼
looking
시간이
good. Never mind, I got the blue prop. That's pretty nice. Ugh, three.
피날레를 시작하자.
It does not seem that the
완성되었나?
Sinners would be capable of defeating the Pepsi without proper command. Manager? We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pakatura. Or Executive Manager, or Manager Esquire. Hee-ho! I have attained a score almost perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further into my studies? Hey, you sound good. They were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire class. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes, how strong they look? Bloody hell, this isn't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, goal-oriented. You are, Marcel? We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data about the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that will help support us through LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. Oh, Butcher. What? Like this? He's Gregor the shortest. Same height as Ishmael. I thought Gregor was tiny. He's about like the same height as everyone. Tallest is Mersault. And then Don Quixote. Let's get this over with. Looks like there's gonna be a long day ahead of us. Whoa, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Thank you, Hanwei. Right? I could totally see myself wearing this to sleep. To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you look at this? Can you take a look at my wrist before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock just for me, you know? Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Mersault can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tippy toes, you'd be wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground? Fine. And, can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. And what about bold, but scram? Oh, okay. So the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important. I had to establish prior to beginning the tests in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out testing procedures. Yeah, I got 2 of them already, right behind you if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants, we're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There's much that distinguishes these 2 occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rhodia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it, it's just not my vibe, you know? I take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rhodia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What? What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hanaheim implies the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person you're assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. Jeez, wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smartasses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I'd want to open up by saying I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who facilitated the task of... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position, for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired center. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Oof. Greetings, Mr. Hanheim. As you must be aware if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down through my various tenures at offices and associations. You have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get the chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing for this. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absentmindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but what? But why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that the most great discoveries are made by a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect description for a friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you a more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, you sang. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligence of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Yisang replied with a particularly downcast look. I'm glad to have you on board, my new assistant. Righty-ho, so, what do I have to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit just as you are now. Now I see what he's doing. Hanaheim sure knows which one of the group to coax him to make things go ever smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me with a voice only I could hear. I wonder if we're gonna fight an abnormality. Then again, it'd just be a refight, wouldn't it?
어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Because we have fought both
피를
of them.
마시는 순간에는
Both
생각나지
the
않을
fire
거다.
one and the tree one.
그러니
And shock centipede too. Oh, hey, you got the shirt, or the jacket, whatever. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hanaheim suggested, express his free spirit to be the best of his capabilities. Right, you there, get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses that of all researchers. Look slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put an air of studious, learned individual like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am complimenting on a much more profound aspect of life. Boy, let's not make this any harder than it has to be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. It's been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do what I say for once? Huh, he's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests. Finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. Are we about to fight our weak-ass selves? I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since they began joining the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the word progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the listeners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Where have I heard this music before? Holy. Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worry of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. And I've come to sometimes allow my mind to form a threat of rigorous reason, floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Ooh. Look. I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We just killed like a second Kindred yesterday. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with fame, huh? Come with time. Whoops. Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged. In other words, all your abilities have been brought down to the, to the same general level of our 11th center here. Why am I your point of reference? Oh, if this is what you meant earlier by growing closer, like ooh, then I suppose it was a quite apt choice of words. Boy, take that back. I take it back. Not? So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Whoa, Sig, is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering to the ether? That's it, you bloody... Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the Golden Bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of the Golden Bow is connection. You are all now fairly evenly equal, mediocre. Anaheim's comment and the subsequent scare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to quilt-off deterrence employed by Lobotomy Corporation. For the truth is finally revealed. That's why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou has always known? Of course. Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the boarding approved. Man, I'm not so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arm has been quiet ever since they hired me. It didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Oh wait, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is we've been brought down to level of the lab. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet not all of the Golden Bow's effect must have been detrimental to us. Yisang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow, impaled on the powered whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the powered whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all afflicted subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was if I was only as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider an individual's... Yeah, I am. Oh, so that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with the Mr. Bumble back at T-Corp Factory. Why waste my breath boasting? You never do anyways. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure the very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of a subject with a quick scan. So is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's ability without the assistance of machinery. Oh, in fact, I know a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? You will all 1v1 each other. We spent some time on our busy schedule to tailor each test for each center. Okay, this could be interesting. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. We will utilize the Pecatula and the distortion phenomenon. Huh? That doesn't sound like some super innovative method you were building up to. I wrote that down. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant? Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. Is he going to be one-on-ones? That'd be interesting. Meaningless Wrath. Clear encounter with all allies at 50%. Wow. Clear within 10 turns. That's not a battle? Clear within 10 turns. Huh, so just don't die. Okay. Burn is probably not the play here. You're the only level 50 that's here, ladder's wide. You're definitely not the play. Full stop. There we go.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이고 의뢰 발목 잡지 않도록
Okay.
최선을 다할게요.
I like this though. Let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already been flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you there. Inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed at Hong Lu and Sinclair. Hello. 1, 2. Testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware now, the Pecatolar entities that have failed to even distort. Man. It seems that we'll be fighting the Pecatola again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oh wait, we've been starting countless scores of these sods. What's the holdup now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems the human memory is, after all, made to be finite, save for a few exceptional individuals. People are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow us to make this a multiple choice question. 1. Family. 2. Friends. 3. Colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3. Colleagues. Hongli was practically squished against the containment window, holding up his 3 fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places where the going gets easy. When life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to Limbus Company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept the fact that I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what he said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts, to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecatola projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge. So if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are several categories of Pecatola, and as far as I am aware, the highest stage of Pecatola you absorb within stage 3, so far at least. Wherefore did thou utter a little muttering of so far at least at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pecatola this sun, beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of Pecatolum we cover today are Pecatola Eri, red Pecatolum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there's nothing left to be burned. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get upset or angry or upset, homie. That's... because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason to spark... the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff and Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but... What exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that's exactly how it is. Wholeheartedly, I don't have a clue what any of that meant. Every turn game burn equal... Okay.
긴장하셨나요?
If I run base
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Every turn game burn equal to turn count. I see. So I either want healing, which I can't get, so I have to use a certain
긴장하셨나요?
I do start with 3 though.
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Okay. Clear encounters all eyes at 50%. Okay, so I want healing, which I don't have. You're weak to gloom, I think? Gloom and lust, apparently. Not looking good. Yeah, I can do something like that. Yep.
타깃 포착.
Alright, now I just need to pray you win on it. Oh, jeez, then I'm chilling. There's one. There's two. So this seems interesting. Sinclair? I need one headshot, please. Why? You've allowed the sinners to get hit, Major. Aren't you getting too comfortable letting them die? Thank you. Thank you,
이번에야말로 이
Okay,
싸움을
you've
끝내주겠어.
Okay, I should be fine. That's just chip damage, really. Okay, Sinclair should be able to kill this guy. If he doesn't, I'll be very disappointed. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna just shoot you to that. That should work, I think.
타깃 포착. 한시
Oh
방향.
my god. Okay.
망설이면 나아갈 수 망설이면
Okay.
나아갈 수 없어.
I got scared there for a second. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going against the big boys. I'm assuming you're wrath resistant, right? God, I have absolutely nothing in you. This does 94. That will do less. I could try shooting you, but then we'll hit Sinclair. I guess just that. I mean, normal, but what else can I really do, right? What a crashing sight. Oh my gosh.
타깃 포착. 한시 방향. 이 격정 속에서
Blazing blood.
타올라라.
Yeah, we'll hit Sinclair. No kidding. I think as long as I don't get burn count,
마침표를.
because the burn will start stacking and get crazy until they count.
움직임의
I'm already
어설퍼요.
down 3 burn counts. Already out of bullets too. Are you a flash flip healthy? You are. Very bad. I could double up on it. Is there a reason to? If full stop keep clipping, I don't think he's actually in, so nope. Yeah, I'll reload the front. Sinclair, I think. Nope. That should kill if I roll out heads. That guarantees staggers. I can't do much against that.
타깃 포착. 한시 방향. 이
Probably should have
격정
sped
속에서
up the damage a little. I think it should be
망설이지 말고.
yeah. Tails roll.
마침표를.
Oh, did I not get my... No, I reloaded. Okay. I'm gonna have you do that, because we'll probably actually kill.
타깃 포착.
I'm pretty sure it's kind of weak, so...
나아갈
Oh
수
my
없어.
god, Sinclair, what are we doing? Only one of them. Okay, this is actually really nice. Completely all unknown. That's fine. Target has 5 burn, coin power. Target has 6 burn, and we use this coin. Oh, that's not good. I think I evade. It should block out the damage. Maybe. I don't remember how evades really work, but I'll be fine. And then you're just gonna have to tank it, I guess.
여전히 무섭고 거대. 그럼에도 그 삶에 멈추고 싶지 않아. 마침표를!
Please, evade next. Not even... You are using the people at least?
이 경정 속에서 타올라라. 이래서 걱정만 미치게 되는 꼴인데.
Alright, yeah, there's the local damage. They're both staggered.
나가는 게
Sinclair just exploded.
아니었을지도.
Yeah, I think that's what we said. That was a tough one. I don't know if Sinclair has any healing items.
뒤일에는 여기서 중단. 모두 퇴각하세요.
Just gloom, right? Do you do gloom? Slightly? You're immune to blunt too, which I think they do. Let's see. Pierce / blunt. Pierce counter. So I need pierce resist. You're not pierce resistant. Enclair? Enclair could work. Is anyone pierce resistant? I guess you, right? Yeah, you could be decent. What does this need? Pride, envy, lust. Sinclair has a lust guard, but that's it. Envy, pride. I have both of those. I just need to block both of them. Yeah, let me try this again. Let
어머,
me try to get
부탁드려요.
more ego.
타깃 포착 1시 방향. 낙인을 새겨드리죠. 망설이지 말고. 움직임이 어설퍼요.
Alright, if I can block 2 more times, I'll be able to block 2 actually. Nice. That's okay. We're not used to 1-1. Actually, I'll just make 2 of them. I'll let the blocks go through in case.
당신의 판단을 따르게.
Whatever reason. So don't stop. Okay.
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
Sinclair can go through them.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 망설이니 나아갈 수 없어.
Sanity. Turn 4 already. I guess if I speedrun it, I don't have to deal with the counter, but I'm not a pro. When the ego okay, max sanity again. I think I'm both having some prayer or something like that. Oh, you're not counting. You
타겟 포착. 1시방향.
nice. Sinclair, 3 roll heads.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
Ah, 5 sanity threshold too.
마침표를.
Did attack power on even though I have no ammo. I thought I wasn't meant to. Which dagger is within 0.5 and 1? You are fatal to that. I don't remember. I don't
타겟
remember
포착.
the
1시방향.
counters. Why would I like to kill you?
다음 목표로.
Oh,
나갈
okay,
수 없어.
Sinclair got him. Oh, but you didn't go. No, you didn't go. Cool. Same turn at least. What do I need for this? One more pride. Actually, this works. Play 14 of this max units as shield to self and 1 ally. Thank you, Blubberbuff. If this unit has shield, gain 1 protection. If its unit is under Blubble Bubble, Blubble Bubble Bubble. That's actually pretty fire. Kinda wish you went first though, because now Cornelius gonna be the last character. It's like all counter? Do counters block this? Guess I'll find out.
저에게도 무언가에 맞설 용기를.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna just pop off the island. Oh, you're not crashing though? That's annoying. I guess that. I don't know, something like that, I guess.
여전히 무섭고 겁이. 그럼에도
Hopefully this doesn't
멈추고
actually
싶지 않아.
fire might get again. Oh, please go up. No, not Sinclair. Come on up. Blah blah blah. Okay, thank you. Okay.
모든 슬픔과 눈물을 끌어모아
25 is
대신
good.
물어드릴 수 있다면.
Please don't go all Sinclair. Okay, I'll stay
격정
right a bit.
속에서
I'm gonna get staggered with this too,
타올라라.
but I should be able to stagger either of this or
막상하지 말고.
nice. Sinclair staggered. You reloaded, so you shoot. Oh, Sinclair's fully out of.
타겟 포착. 1시방향.
I'm gonna use this again. Because even then he's gonna have a counter. Then this time you can shoot him. I mean, this might kill. What's your pride resistant? 0.8. Ooh. Gross. Okay, I don't think. I mean,
타겟 포착.
if I go, I'm gonna
1시방향.
get screwed over by the counter, so I'm just gonna throw those ones.
그 삶에 마침표를.
Oh, thank you. I'm pretty sure I stayed above 52. God, that counter dice though. That counter dice. sucked.
C랩이랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면.
Yep.
아,
Only 14.
오늘은 제 사비로 손해를 메울 필요가
Defeat that
없네요.
kill within time limit. Oh, 3 this turn. Well, if I'm going time limit, probably you, because you're probably the best. Maybe Blade Mentor if I end up needing it really badly. I guess you're really my only good Gregor ID.
준비되었습니다.
그
Sucks that
원하시는
you might just stagger
곧
immediately.
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Next up, you three. You let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us dispel the pectone sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone comes along and whirls them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. Is this correlating, perhaps? It is efficient to live within the boundaries of the rigidly established routines. Ugh, getting lumped in with these two is making me feel real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not consider yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I've taken back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not all that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. I guess Honlu is angry. Makes sense for Sinclair, I would assume. Suppress the entities as fast as you can. 9 turns? I would be out to this. Come on. I kind of wish their resistance is what I'm fucking questioning, so. I believe it's blunt though. Let me build up my... It is blunt, cool. Let me build up my stash. My resources in Faust. Spend 4 to gain 1 attack roll. That sounds jolly, sure. Oh yeah, spend 5, sorry. And then I guess I'll use all my bad attacks, since I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna die.
탈출 개체 확인. 탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Did I do any more? I don't know.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Well, I guess I only get 2 left. Nice. Now we're moving to big guys, yeah. You just have a block, so it doesn't even matter to me. On kill, gain 2 power. Almost like the 3rd sloth. I hope we see all of the particular one run. Because at least we'll see all of the 3 states. I mean, if we're seeing sloth, then maybe. I assume probably here, since, you know, researchers and all that. What do you think? 3 protection. Okay, yeah, you're just holding out. Spend 5 up to 10. Okay. Who has... No one. We only just got this.
탈출 개체 확인.
This should put everyone I think? Oh no, that's extra dice. That's 1 near sniper though. That's 1 standard. That should be 2 sniper, because these are pretty strong ones. That might be really good. Nice. And then maybe 3 standard. Okay then, sorry. Can you just protect everything else? you, because I might get an extra hit, and then you're just whatever. Okay, nice. Alright, I'm gonna hit him on the third coin.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
And then the third one is... whatever the fuck you are. Stone Shower. Tremor. 8 and 3. Gather stones. If target has tremor, base power on Ash Wind. Inflict 8. Trigger Tremor Burst. Rising Sloth. Coin power. Attack rate. Trigger to Tremor Reverb. Amazing. Trigger. Wait, endgame attack mode. And then Tremor Burst and Inflict Tremor. Only 3 protection though. Unless this unit is staggered, take 50% less damage. Okay, there it is. And then a mystery. And the lore that I can't read. This should be easy enough. Oh, that is a very, on use, so I don't want to... Can I even I don't think I can force you actually to, Alright, I think I can force you to use one of these, guard, whatever, you're gonna guard or whatever. I don't want to spend all my... One of these. Hopefully this gives poise. Yeah, I'm crossing like that.
승부처다.
I don't think he's guarded yet, so that's it. One Taliban is nice. And then a quick little smack.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
2 damage. Maybe a bleed him. I have to kill you in 2 turns. Man. Yeah, I'm gonna give me 3 protections. I'm gonna take 50% less damage, so what, 8 protection? Holy moly.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
I guess Tremor might work. Tremor or Bleed maybe. I don't know if it's gone here now, so let me do that. Yeah, I got that. 2, 3. Oh, wow. Nice. Right over the blue don't go. No. Yeah, I have a turn to do this. Maybe 2. If I have 2 turns, I might kill. If I don't have 2 turns, then... Ineffective to... Oh my god. Okay, so Gluttony is the thing. Not Gluttony. Gloom or Gluttony? Maybe MV. I don't know. Yeah, Gloom or Gluttony, I guess. I guess I can set up for next turn in case he doesn't end it this turn.
탈출 개체 확인.
Who knows? Maybe I'll kill him this turn, you know? Maybe I'm overthinking it. I kind of wish the other one would go first. Would use what to use. Actually, maybe. I'm staggering. And then everlasting.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
Ooh? Come on, everlasting. Guess we gotta roll some dice. Nice.
당신에겐
And a
제가
very
어떻게
sicky.
보일까요?
I keep forgetting about this.
시간이 태워가네. 그 답이 있을까요?
Don't get too excited now that we're getting exceptional. Let us proceed to the next test. What was that scream? Was that the time duck or the sloth guy?
압도했습니다. 제 기존 범술보다 한층 더 향상된
I'm gonna
기술을
have to
쓸 수
rebuild
있었다고
my
생각합니다.
Ooh, sinking on...
시청자의
what was the
수
last one?
대폭 증가하겠군요.
Directionless sloth, meaningless wrath, sinking on purpose. With 2 bleed, yeah. Only 3 ideas. I think these are all good.
나를
Maybe not
불렀나?
Otis, though.
와일드 헌트야.
Wild Hunter, yeah. Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, they are not satisfied with satiation alone. Their roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute. What's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pecatorum? Why don't we lump them in together like how you paired up us singers?" Huh, running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of a proper test result. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity of fighting these Pecatorum one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't you do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error grow by 0.06 when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them in all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This is why carelessness is why. I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Pecatorum gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep water? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder it becomes to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around desperately looking for something to ride onto, all you find is futility. Such is gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that the constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have a level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ooh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I feel like I'm still floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what they're talking about. Well, it's all ready now. You go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too. Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Alright, Wild Hunt. Let's go pop off. This one may be quite complicated to handle. Dispose of entities before they do it themselves. Oh, that sounds like a fucking pain. At one stack, inflict damage equal to this unit's current HP and found with the least HP, then die. Did the last ones have a special effect? Okay. Turn start gain 1 HP heal boost every 2 turns. Gain 1 damage up and clash power for every 10 HP healing. You don't kill yourself, right? Yeah, you heal. Don't you blow yourself up? Wait. At 1 stack. Okay, so I want to kill you guys as soon as possible. I get you. pierce. I want to pierce you. Hey, I'm actually all pierced. Okay. You can do that. And then Otis will go to town on the guy in the back. Who are you targeting? You are. Okay. Otis is going to go to town on this side. I'm sorry, what? There we go. And then you're gonna do that? Maybe? I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Luke No, it's pierced. Holy.
내 피부는
That's a skilled response. You know what? I don't know. I've also completely forgotten
놓아주마.
일발장전.
Yep, there's one done. Okay, so I want you to get his buffs. So, yeah.
소준
Wait, are you
주의
getting Coffin?
시속하게
You are
용건을.
not. Do I need to get something? No. Why are you doing for Coffin? Gain one Coffin when killing the target. Yeah, the funny thing about that, right?
직접 놓아주마.
한 발을
There we
위해
go.
직접 놓아주마.
Alright, bigger ones. Are you the same? Yep. Yep. Do you actually detonate? No. Unless dagger, I don't do any. I just do a little bit of sinking. No rupture.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는
A
게
little bit of rupture
좋겠지.
though. Don't know about the resistances. I can assume it's the same now. Oh my god, there's so many buttons. I think you're pierced third slash Luke. You're gonna do that, you're gonna do that. Then I'm gonna pick you with that. Okay. Fine.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
You are slash.
꿈 속에서 직접 밝혀주마.
Probably stagger? Unless they have like a crazy stagger bar. Close though. This most likely won't stagger then. Yeah, no. Yeah, because what else is she gonna do? So I have to either stagger or kill this turn. At one... No, I have to actually kill this turn, I think. I can let you hit me, because I don't really want to die this turn.
목을 내놓고 있도록 직접 후회를 새겨주마.
Okay. Okay, well this should kill her.
막아둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주마.
Nice. And then I just gotta pray you fall off. Oh, did I miss a bullet? Oops. I think I did that against the one that might be cool. Whoopsie.
죽을 뻔해.
Okay,
내
nice.
피분수.
As long as I have damage on. You'll die to just slash, I think. Yep. Actually, yeah, I'll lower you. You probably won't die out.
고귀하게.
비명을 질러라.
Oh no, you are definitely dying to that. Not so much damage.
고통은 없어.
Holy moly, you giant fucking whale. Oh, I didn't read that. More statistics. However you say that. Unbreakable? Man. And then you're gonna nuke someone. I can assume you have the same. Decay collision. 2 2 sinking. Okay. Torrent. Holy. 8 and 2, and then 4 and 2 against 2 random targets. Cascading Gloom. Oh, are you gonna... Yep. Oh, only if I lose it, though. Coin Power. This skill gains attack weight. Inflict 5 and 4. Coin Power... Next Coin Power for every 3 sinking. That's cool. If target is 0, Coin Power. Less than 0. Target is 10. Okay, well... 80 less sinking damage. Turn start. Inflict 5 sinking against all enemies except for the one with the most SP. After attack, if the enemy is defeated, all enemies lose. After attack, the enemy is defeated. Oh, okay. I think I mean if I die, which I wouldn't die. I'm like, oh. I can do something like that.
퍼레이드 중에는
소준 중입니다.
Otis is going to be one that
소준
I'm
중입니다.
taking these unbreakable
시속하게
bones.
용건을.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna get rid of your counter and then
고귀하게
oh, you know, I wish I got fatal to anything, that's kind of annoying. Especially since I don't really do any true damage. Knife is really nice damage. I guess I can hit a burn max.
주라니야.
7 sync.
도록 달릴 시간이다.
Whatever it's called. What are you on now? 4? Inflict burn equal to magic bullet. Inflict dark flame equal to magic bullet. Before attack, on hit, inflict 10 burn. I'll take that very much. Unless you go first. That happens when
시속하게 용건을.
back with the wound. Okay. 5th bullet, 5th burn. I don't know how to do this, so I don't know how to do it like that, I guess. You'll do that. You probably won't get staggered.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
I feel like this time around, you just explode. That sounds like a bad. Oh, football.
Jump back.
Cultural stuff, and go to blank.
흔들리는 게 따위 없이 모든 것을 침묵시키고 지평선을 따라
15 times 7. I did kill. I don't think you exploded yet. Dulahan! Release me!
고귀하게
가둘 수 없다면.
Okay, that was nice. I don't know if they had a special attack skill, but I guess I'll never know.
끝인가?
Is it truly
정말
over?
한 돌도
Have I
남지
slain
않았나?
them all? You don't take 10
그렇다면
plus hits during this encounter with each identity. Oh. 2 bad ones. Ahab? Block mill? Never mind. Block maxing and I guessed the red mist. You guys probably have the right ego on.
지정 보호 구역에서 지정 보호 구역
I
닥쳐라.
don't think order actually matters. I
누굴
think they give
팰지
you dice.
내가 정한.
Well, they certainly weren't much trouble. Next up, you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu, let's do this, I guess. ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It dulled so much that I can doubt it even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to swatch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to the razor's sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought I'd been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Peccatul and pride. That? I can understand that. Hohenheim droned on as if bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel in its boundless pride rolls on in search of a perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet, it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailed blazers or those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim. Well, that certainly is perspective. Next up, lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession. To spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there's more to this concept than just that. Where the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding. To share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself. You seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I appreciate these discussions with Leonard. There never is any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff, all that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. Alright, yeah. What are your... This time we observe your evasion abilities. Try to defeat them without getting hit once. Save for attacks or something. When gaining poise, gain 3 additional poise or 2 additional count. When hit, inflict 2 bleed or 1 on hit. More bleed. Wounded wound, gaspy breath. Okay. I mean, you don't have counter, so should be enough. That is so risky for no reason. Oh, you're gambling. Okay, I see what it is.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
I mean, I have 10 hits, so
으타!
should be
먹어 치워라.
good. Unquenchable blast.
으타! 먹어 치워라.
That's already about max. Already enough to do serious skullbuster.
대검 방어. 자! 하! 최선의 방어를.
Probably not the best, since she's all about bad hit. Let's actually calm down a bit. Resonance. 11? Okay. Oh, let's block.
위험인물
That's,
발견. 제압할게요.
I want her to stay in. Funny thing. I've got all the time in the world, so
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나.
might as well keep on going.
시바위에 의뢰했다면
These guys are pretty tanky though. Kinda wish they weren't. On combat start, okay, I went 3 pride, and then 1 rust, 2 gain. There's my 2 gain, and there's some
이
pride.
눈들을
Very
너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 테니. 위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Yeah, it was their fault. He said no hits, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 1 in 10. Which really scares me for what's up next if I need 10 hits to get through it. We're hearing armor. No, more damage. I need 1 more lust. And 1 more pride for that. God, I keep
위험인물
Yeah,
발견.
something like that.
제압할게요.
Basically guaranteed my pride through, but I think it should go first.
내 죄는 내가 알아서
I didn't.
처리한다. 해. 대검 방어.
Okay. Oh, I see, I believe.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 테니.
Please don't be something crazy. Yeah, this is fun. No monster though. I can't really look, so I mean I'm assuming you guys have they're resistant to lust, so let's go to the bottom. And then 1 more pride.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 앞차!
I don't know if I've said this, but this is pretty
지금이다.
cool. I like the whole
해골바가지. 거미 대가리.
testing forward. Or at least on
최선의 방어를.
for so long.
시바위에 의뢰했다면
At least making them different is pretty cool.
대가리 딱 째도. 앞차! 자, 맛볼 시간이다. 하?
Alright, yep. Just gotta kill this last guy. Oh. Last 2 guys. Whoops. Yeah, go for it. And then we'll go.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게. 으타! 먹어. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해파. 착각하지 마라. 해파.
I forgot to read these, yeah. No.
내
Dual
놈들 덕분에
harpoon
내가
and
강해진 게
next one
아니야.
is stinging.
내가
Each unit
강하기에
defeats
내
the
놈들을
pet tool that
휘두르는
has taken
거지.
their shape once. Oh,
느낌은
소재가 준비됐어. 이거 참 설레는구려.
I don't know, just a theory. Verily, now it is time for a young Yi-Sang and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form of peccatuli and vide. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Huh? Doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the other. I ill comprehend the explanations. Oh, I see. To explain a plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Barely. I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs. Imagine that you part are excited to queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there, perceive? Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close. There are moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack, for woe! Fate plays such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine, what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received a final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was wrought? Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning in my heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh, my. You certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chin wag and get in there. Verily, then onward to my new adventure. And I shall follow. Yeah, I think this is an easy peasy. Oh? Given that this is our final test, let's make it a tad more challenging. Try to ensure that each sinner defeats their own. And this is the same. Yep. You chose not very good ideas, did you? You're... okay. Well, you saying that you should have an easy time. Oh, maybe not the first time, though, for Rosa. Well, I just need to not die, right? I guess something like that. This is gonna hurt for me somehow. You might get fucking demolished.
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어.
Especially for losing clashes. This might be a reset already. Good idea. Gotta win more. Oh, man. I was not expecting her to lose. That was a surprise. I would have went to stagger. Maybe you'll stagger? Nope. Okay, well I'll pop this on you since you're weak. And then depending on who goes first, I might lose. Now that they're done. Main problem here would be gambling, right? One. Yep.
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니.
Maybe a
그야말로
better ID.
이상.
Yi-Sang hits hard, but not a very good clean
이상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리
Oh my god, you're kind of crazy though. Thank god I have level up tickets. This would have been pain if I didn't. I could also
라만
ego, I
차량들을
guess, but
뒤엎는다.
I've still got the final battle, right? I don't think this is at least. How long has this been? 2 hours. Okay, only 2 hours. Not that bad. That's nothing. I could power counter. Okay, step line. You're gonna go unopposed. 46. What the hell? What is unopposed? You are. Okay. So as long as I don't go too crazy, I should be fine. Wait, did I use Soul and Lament? I sound like that.
꽤 뚫려라.
Yeah, 24 damage. Small task, brother. But I still staggered. No, never mind. Yep, and now I double using on you. That should be nice. Yeah, sorry. There's a second turn. I was not expecting this. I need one more lust for that. I don't think that would be okay, well, I can guess like that. Warp Corp. Okay. Oh, I forgot about all this. That's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah. 7. Oh god. That's lucky. That's lucky. That was just like it's pure luck that I went those too. I'm a pro. You should be guaranteed that. Oh, Pierce makes it a bit unlucky. The fact that I have no guaranteed $100. Easy peasy. Murder has a guarantee. This will be an attack wave, but it should be fine. Good done. Yeah. Probably blue counts as me killing them because, you know, be a bit unlucky, but then nice with space, Bogo. No point in risking it, right? Hope that counted. No voice line, which scares me.
잠든 자들에게는 기꺼이 꽃 한 송이를 놓겠소. 나비가 그들에게 피어날 수 있도록.
Annoying. Yeah, I guess this is still fine. I just need to make sure I don't lead them to death. Ooh. Nice. Hopefully I can stack with him before he shoots me and murders me or whatever. Okay, yeah. Just. I've heard many tales of your genius. Oh, did they choose double pure sweeps? Oh, you know. Hopefully I stagger before you hit me. No. This kinda does matter, please. Thank you.
따뜻한
I don't really have a choice in that here. We'll reload, I guess.
나아가주게.
엎드리도록.
Oh my god, am I gonna get railed again? No. You only have one count. This will bring you to 4 HP. It won't kill you. Very gently. The binding force that would hold on top of the tech tool. This is actually interesting, I think you said. I'm A-okay with 10 damage. Might be more, might be less.
나아가주게.
John.
편히 쉬시게. 편히
Yeah, no,
쉬시게.
okay, but this one. Very good. I just wasn't able to
잠든
send
그대를
this
기를 테니.
If he dies, then right. Yeah, same thing. I really like this. Very gimmicky, I guess. I don't know if gimmicky is the right word, but I like it. Maybe something a little more interesting happens. I hope they talk about Dante when he resonated with the headquarters bows during like bone claiming.
한자루는
We
죽었던
haven't seen
한자에
anything
대한
about that,
축하를.
and it's been quite a while.
목숨에 묶여
You know,
살아갈
it
자에
looks
대한
like something interesting
엄숙한
might be
애도를.
happening. The price of curiosity.
이상을
One
끝내겠소.
coin? Ooh. Clearer than 10 turns. This might be interesting. An Alvin Cafe. Box. I use 2 boxes. Don Quixote is... Don Quixote is dead! Wait, is this where we left off? I don't know. I need to change my blue team back around. Don is gone now, so do I really want to do a blue team? Maybe poise? But then I'll just throw him in there.
그러든가.
Actually, do I have a poise team?
지위를 받는
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나
의뢰인가요? 소재가
Yeah,
좀
something like
발목잡지
that. I'll just
않도록
random
최선을
bullshit
다할게요.
go. The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sang, whose only sin was making an innocently, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote is off too. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like several different knots on your shoes. Yet they were quite the hideous access. Sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at his present state. Wherever that got for suggestion. Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, found to me by fate themselves. None shall ever dare sever the bond between us. We're not about to fight Don Quixote, are we? It was a query posed towards Miss Faust. Yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. Well, an obvious outcome given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we going to get another chance to do this? That course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I ordered all kinds of horrible stuff happen on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But that's twist but an independent decision called by Rashante itself due to extreme circumstances that had not to do with my own will. Well, you know, potato. Huh, I was quite aware that the core of our individual might as well lay in her running shoes. Fie on me. Thou shan't treat a person such as a useless serial. What if we slipped her shoes off and on really quickly? The standards here at the LCB department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we were measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell. We have indulged in your predictable provocations enough, Hoheimhen. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report on what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Have you heard of nothing there? Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I am most unfortunately leave to only half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Utterly terrified? Ah, and for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome, NA. Reason, subject, was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have concluded that the dearest Rashante deserves a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote to our core still, without Rashante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be your rather apparent, with highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, you saying we'll be ready to slip those shoes right back on in your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me, not with an excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layered knot poses quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, where hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? Oh yeah. I was hoping it would be the last knot these shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. Ah, there we go. Rest well, Rashante. Yep. I'm not actually fighting Don Quixote, am I? That'd be kinda wacky. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rashante didn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train in the Lamantia land? Or was it because we assumed that Rashante was now just a disguise, and all that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho? Removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all. Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers didn't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, a second kindred is like. Second? Did we fight a first kindred? He's... Okay, Don Quixote's first kindred. Wait. We do. Oh, mother. Our existence and death and propel complete us, fill our hunger. We pray unto you, fill us with the blood of humans, with the blood of humans. His teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate the disease, embracing the unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so many yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that had ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst of blood for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserved to drink, I must. Dante? Dante, wake up. Ain't this a lot like the last time at the bill? Oh my god, we're finally talking about it. I'm in love. I have to. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Ugh. I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're gonna need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in there? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive management's saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit around and do nothing? Ain't this a matter of just getting our shoes back on? Right, you saying shoes, shoes, get those shoes back on our feet. Oh, you saying it's so nice. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. Is she distorting? This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought these luxury cigs with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power. Even in a state that is, for all extents and purposes, a complete maximum. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even my most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We gotta do something. You haven't even seen how hard this last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action would be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of her curiosity. The price of silence? Are we actually fighting Dawn? Okay, yeah, we are. I'm gonna quickly swap a character real quick. Because it's gotta be lore accurate, right?
지금 때가 아니야.
Also, back to the music.
도움을
is pretty
청해야만.
cool. You can go
나를
off.
불렀나?
총은 수지 타산에
I
맞게
should have.
한 발에
Not too
한
late now.
놈씩.
I mean, it's just Dawn. We fought her before. And she was only nerfed a little bit. Yearning for blood. Well, you're yearning for blood, which makes you weaker, apparently. Reawakening joy of carnage. Increase after winning, decrease after losing. Combat start yearning for blood. My siblings call to me. For every 3% missing HP on self, gain 1 offense level up. Gain 1 maximum speed for every 300 blood face. Cannot go below 60. They crave blood. If panicked, recover from panic. Then consume 50 blood feast and gain 3 attack power. If you fail to consume, 30 bleed, and then another 3 attack power? And then fix panic. Topple. What event? Something about the adventure ending, I guess? I don't know. Oh my god. Consume 45 minus current SP. Move to 40. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Yeah. I can't wait to deal with gambling. One hit without cracking. 10 bleed, 3 bleed. On hit. 5 bleed, 3 count. Okay. Feed your repressed hunger, my family. Very cool. I don't think I can really win this. I guess a bullet could have won it, but I don't have a bullet. For some reason. Who wants to block this? Here.
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어?
You're the best shot I've got. I guess you could work too, but then I'd get rid of your skill 3, which is not something I'm not doing. Okay, well, sorry.
점 찍었네.
You have 52 bleed. That's pretty good. Still, I wasn't expecting this. I thought we were kind of all chill ascension now. Because, wasn't it all samples now?
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
I don't know. It would be like staggered. I doubt it. Yeah, that's a lot of bleed. 5 and 3, and then I must have misread something. Flash wound. Nope, that just didn't inflict bleed. What can I say? I'm a pro. Down to okay, hard blood arts 2. I got all your passes, right? We're missing the one near the bottom. I'll just keep checking that. Should have a tank point. Shimmering, which is outline. This unit takes damage. You tank regains 5 bleed. How jolly. Shield HP, but now it's not returning. Gain 3 fragile. Okay. 100 blood. I'm assuming. No, you don't. Combat start. If this unit doesn't have enough blood phase to gain 50 bleed, activated immediately goes to blah 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 blah. Okay. Clash leaves. As long as the shield HP from the skill remains, gain 3 fragile. That's 50 less damage. All unbreakable. Okay. Oh, could you win this? You can. It's all 2s though, so I think pretty much everything can win this, right? Combat start? Yeah. So I actually want you to go first.
타겟 포착. 잠시만.
한 점만 노린다.
Hey, you cleared the screen. Thank you. Alright, Cole's gonna hit incredibly hard, but it's a chance. No staggers, which is nice. Thank you. I do have a shit tank, which sucks. Are you gonna keep ending my fight, or are you gonna keep going?
합격장.
This is gonna be like a real essential fight. We're gonna end every other turn. Ooh, this trigger is not that right here.
사선이 비었어요.
Yeah, please.
공로 지원한다.
I'm so sorry. You're dead. Yeah. Probably this actually. You want to get that bleed off you as soon as possible. I can pop this, and then next turn I can do 2 count, 1 count, and then next turn then I can double quick shot. Debuffs 1, 2, 3. That means 40. 1, 2, 3. Very cool. I might bring her below stagger threshold. Actually, that's not fun. Never mind. Good for good for Only hit twice. Oh, you're making it. Okay. Okay, quick. We need the power of focus, please. Oh, I don't have okay. I detect damage. I must. I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst, it's... No, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner, nothing more. Thank you, Joyce. What is going on? Okay, well, first off, thank you, Virgilius. We were kind of fucked. Holy... I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome. Given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner, well then. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed... Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine, but they were... I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends at La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend who left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is indeed correct, but I cannot explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognize some of them, and some of their voices of those I once cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desires, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was stuck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus the pressure of it all broke my sanity, and I hurt you all. As Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are meaningless now. She looked down at the pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now regularly supply you with artificial blood packs. Honoheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition. Okay, this is kind of just like a big middle finger to La Mancha Land, huh? And we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know, seemed like he was only in it to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the spice of opportune convenience. The risk factor had to be measured sooner rather than later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as the void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true the Manchegan kindreds had been completely eradicated due to the events of La Mancha Land. But you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I am to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more. That it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording. Then we received a reply on the on-site investigating reasoning team later spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate. To bear the unbearing burden together. But, considering that all of that flow is now focused onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold on sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of these needs are currently met, there comes the endless excruciating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind perceives these very abstract values in physical form of blood. The mere word thirst does quite the insignificant job at describing the intensity from which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it's highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rashante and walk bare of feet. I feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, though. What might that be, Date? That these are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if they were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it would be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had my first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet, with the effort from the subject herself, and efforts from various other environmental factors, the subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of the time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I should have preserved to see that Rashante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're gonna remove these shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're gonna persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laugh. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but... Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the clock ticking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away, as though nothing had happened. So Don Quixote did feel blood, and then I guess it hit less as hard. Censored, which I'm assuming is censored for Don.
오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가
That's a
없네요.
person. 3 more battles, or 3 more cutscenes, I think? Well now that that's over and done with, I would like for the sinners to come gather around here. Alright. Well, now that that's done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Wilhelm placed the sinners in a single file before him, and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means... Indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? I'm only to preface this by saying there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Wait. There's plenty of significance, alright? We've got to know who's the big boss. Well, this is but a speculation at the worst-case scenario. We must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case the executive manager becomes, due to some unknown and exogenous circumstances, unavailable. I don't like how... Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. Huh? What if there was a reason I was the first one to ask to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be the apex of the scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get a clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for mere reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you were standing signifies the very order you were curious to know. I do not waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously looked at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. You say? This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearned still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance without my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yisang. Yisang? I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yisang, it's the other way around. Oh yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielded the oversized lances at the front of the line. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right? You sang? Well, just quite the bashful occasion. To be the center of such reverent attention at one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objectives or doubts about who was the strongest sinner, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am an ingredient. I am more partial to roles as defending fixer or esquire. 'Tis off to the case that most side characters enjoy greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now are we ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? And that's just how the world works, Red. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I haven't forgot my own place when they were. No, I mean, fellows. I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I'd guess it's somewhere on my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael required in a voice that clearly lost all interest in this discussion. Ah, you're the sinner with the most bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all the researchers. Exceptions. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot be well placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That, potential, is it? Does that mean that I could also be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse given the definition of potential. Let's not query Harry your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny, getting controlled by a guy who plays the last. We now know. Wonder if there's gonna be any more combat, or if it's all gonna be... Oh.
아, 그대. 잠시 쉬고 가지 않겠나? 그리고 온 김에 이 실험 결과 정리를 도와주게. 끝내기 전까지는 돌아갈 수 없으니 도망은 포기하시고.
Quite a lot of talking for the one character who I think talked the least in the story. But, you know, we have Rupture now. Oh. Okay, we're not doing that then. Whoops. After some time passed. Next we must discuss the classification numbers. Oh, are we finally getting new ones? We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were a great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain centers, however it was a good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, their criteria by which the former L Corp measured risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even more higher-ranked employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that priority would be measuring the energy input. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed by a direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortions risk level and classification codes. Wow, interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety that you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, whether... Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, huh? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We've got to do the research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. I know Hyams really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigation reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. Limbus Company detective. Oh my god. The fate of the abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replacing with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. Am I missing something? Because aren't distortions, they don't become abnormalities? I don't know. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too. Oh, okay, I get you. Subject HE7, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that he something is the new classification of code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with sin affinities and the expected damage scale. HE, so he... Oh man, reading. So they're replaced with their sin affinity and expected damage scale. So 7, which I'm assuming is something, and then 20, and then 1. PI? I don't. Sin affinity PI must... Okay. It appears that the classification how mimics the classification of Pekatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process, if we're being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that the Pekatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomenon and its byproducts. The affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember saying that risk levels were determined based on encephalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capability into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have IDO variables which may make them linear measure quite meaningless. So instead we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer if they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of the weapon means it can immediately deal a knife fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this was given a high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale 1 to 10. Please note that these are not a perfect system and these values are only as references. Will these standards be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else, other than the monolith, one of the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses? Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing of methodologies of the monolith is an achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace it so willingly. A great danger, but when you say that we are beset by danger all the time. The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city just like the Golden Bough, but at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now be collected by companies both large and small like Nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than others. Now we are already at a stage to which we may partake in the processing and sales of these artifacts, expanding our business adventures. You could say that we are nearly avoided the most unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly if that were the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if you were ever assigned to what would happen if we were ever assigned to a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't want to find out answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good idea to know just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Canard to Star of the City, I suppose your assignment would be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. That's pretty good. I think Urban Nightmare is right before Star of the City, isn't it? and then urban plagues right below that. That's pretty nice. Not starved city yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Dante, I would assume. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Honoheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. I mean, if we just gave Dante White Knight's ego, he'd be pretty chill. You just couldn't die then. What if we protected them, though? I'm impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried, or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Honoheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. No, the flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved. As in, I'm confused what this means. As in Dante can't die, or... Not there yet, are we? Well, very well. Whatever is the case, you do have a potential to become Star of the City threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it would be best if you would avoid that unfortunate designation. And please don't forget that it is only true as long as you have Limbus Company's backing. I don't know, I think we'd be fine on our own. We just wouldn't have a bus. Dungeon boss. Okay, let's see. E7, right? Yeah. Alright, level 50. Level 50. Bam. And then I need to ego max. Wait, this doesn't... Oh my god, what the...
나를 못 본 척하고 있어주게. 곧 탈출한 환상체가 이쪽에 관심을 보이면 내가 이 망치로 한 번에 제압할 테니.
I didn't really read that, but... Okay, more reading. Oh. The researcher ran after the giggling blue fairy, only to realize that he walked into an unfamiliar place. He whips around, realizing his mistake, only to see that the door locked behind him. Oh no, the door is locked behind you, hasn't it? It seems that you found yourself mirrored in my tricks again. The child let out a light chuckle before gloating at the researcher who was lured in by his ego gear. Boss, Yi sang, for the 17th time. Can you please stop using your ego gear for pranks like this? I swear, I keep getting scared that I just walked into an actual abnormalities den. My apologies. The report must be compiled by the end of the day today, yet I am availed by 2 hands of mine to complete it. Yeah, and guess how many hands I've got? 2. But I must ask you for your understanding. For the longer an ego gear remains equipped, the greater the synchronization of the user and the source abnormality. 4. In addition, these gears are made to transform and change with the fluctuations in the level of attunement betwixt the wearer and the source. I have not the nature of deception. It is but the manifestation of the gear's effects. Well then take it off from time to time, will you? Yet how shall I, as a proper researcher? The Department of Limbus Company focuses on the study of abnormalities and distortions, coupled with managing Keflin extractions. So we do actually extract in Keflin. They are called the LCE. Perhaps it is inevitable that an occupation dedicated to the study of what are essentially monsters would invite a sundry of oddball personalities, but it's particularly pronounced for this department. Oh yeah, if you gotta slowly lose yourself to be a proper researcher, then what does that make me? Well, that is not what I had intended to convey. To get straight to the point, the child was one of those oddballs. fully geared up in his ego gear all day, clocking into work even on his off days. Truly an incomprehensible individual. It is nearly by need that I must remain on me at all times, for the research report concerns this fellow. Besides, it may not be put to use for one such purpose as well, and... man, I should put a transfer request to a different zone. I swear, you better watch your back once I get my own ego gear. Very well. Perhaps it shall be understood. My perspective, in no time. Oh, shush. Just tell me what I gotta do. If he despised the child's overbearing trickery so much, he could have simply turned around and left, but he did not. Well, perhaps it was that he simply could not. I must ask you to review the files from... I don't know what that is. Yeah, they're just files, okay. Are you sure that's doable in a day? Anything can be made possible, should we put our minds to it. It's literally on physical levels of impossible. The researcher finally exploded at the child. I mean, what the hell were you thinking, making a locking mechanism like that? What could possibly be the purpose of a door that locks from the inside but can't be reopened until a certain amount of work is complete? Is that Gebra in the background? Holy shit. For reasons... oh, actually, I should check out what he's wearing. Yeah, that didn't really do much. But, you know, I still think the fairy is pretty cool, because that's, like, the first, fairy, like... first, like, living thing we've seen that goes with an ego. For reasons ascribable to our human births, the time may come in which we are faced with an ostensible, insurmountable wall, thus breaking our wills. Yet, were we to be surrounded by walls, given no choice but to crawl oneself out of... Yeah, okay, great. Just don't drag other people into your problems. I probably have some other responsibilities I should be working on today, so... no. You did not have any other responsibilities. What? That... For a moment, it was as though the office was hit by a blackout. You didn't just murder him, did you? Because that'd be a little wacky. Oh yeah, I guess that's Sloth in the background. And then... red guy is the Irubube. Warning, abnormality containment breach. That sounded like the ordeal alarm, but very distorted. Abnormality containment breach, code red, area office wing lane. Huh? This has to be the trumpet. The audio warning at a degree of damage, such as abnormality containment breach, had occurred at the facility. The LCE department of the group has absorbed much of Lobotomy Corp. Has maintained this practice. It doesn't sound exactly the same, however. Is this the first trumpet? The researcher looked around nervously, taken by surprise. But the child began gravely, as though he had expected this to happen. You are also an excellent researcher indeed, even on the days you weren't on duty. You would come to my office diligently composing abnormality experiment reports. It must have been quite exciting for you, as an opportunity to wear ego gear prototype of this abnormality was yours. The corner of the ego gear began to pulse and twist, growing into the form of a massive mallet. I guess that's the ego weapon? That's kind of fucking sick, though, I have to admit. He stood before the confused researcher with a vague expression that could either be sorrow or determination. What are you even talking about? Actually, forget that. There's been an abnormality breach, containment breach. We're stuck in here thanks to your stupid locking mechanism. My locking mechanism opens during the following two conditions. 1. When work is completed. 2. When an anomaly within the office has been dealt with. The latter must be fulfilled now, it seems. It has been a fortnight since the expungement of your records. In the process of raising the attunement levels for your reports, your resonance with the gear began to broke, and you were devoured, having become a lure yourself. Thereafter, you were a part of the abnormality itself, forced to amble hither and thither within the interiors of this department. I was? The child nodded gravely. His dour expression was hardly a surprise. The child had been fond of him. He was one of the few junior researchers that had been training to become a full-fledged researcher. You have never been one to establish a high level of resonance with a gear. What had lured him so, I wonder, to insist that he be the one to test it? So I am bereft of choices but to use every hour of my existence to understand this ego and the abnormality. It is about time that you were hereby laid to let rest. Wouldn't you agree? Oh. The hammer was swung, and the abnormality shrouded within leaped out of his skin like a geyser. The child continues to swing the hammer again and again, to complete this tragic abnormality of suppression, so commonplace in all companies that dealt with abnormalities. Huh. That was kind of sad. So what, he got abnormalified by some abnormality. It might have been this one. I don't know. No guaranteed attack weight on these skills, which is kind of sad. What do you gain on this? More final power. And more potency. Oh yeah, I should probably read this. Though it must be prefaced that Ego Gears are standardized equipment, when juxtaposed with Ego Gear from L Corp, depending on the degree of attunement to the abnormality, the idiosyncrasies of the source may be utilized with greater flexibility. Yet the degree to which that attunement and synchronization are achieved may resultantly allow the user to be devoured. This is reflected in their appearance, more closely resembling the source abnormality than Ego of the former L Corp do. Okay. Ego disinterest is not unlike the decomposition of compost. So yeah, power, more potency. On Clash, lose gain. Oh, ×2. Do you have ×2? No. Still? 6 final power? Oh, but 1 coin. If the track has cool, and then 2 plus count, so 4 count. Deal 0.8 for every 1. This doesn't have a cap, which is interesting. Base power. Yep. Leftmost slot in the turn gains 10 aggro. Take 50% more damage when hit. Wait, no. Take 50% more damage? That's interesting. When hit, inflict 1 rupture. At less than 50 inflict. Okay. What? Alright. Okay, you gain base power. That's cool. Heal 30 SP. Great. 3 rupture count. This seems kind of ass. I guess his whole purpose is to die, but like... I don't know. I guess I'll find out. Oh, did I... okay, well... I guess I'll be right back after I finish installing the, This is believable. Yeah, I'm gonna make a team real quick, and I'll be right back after that's all done installing. Alright, so I tried my best to make a rupture team, but I don't really have any I don't have any more tickets. I spent them all on leveling these 2 up. You are not the right guy. I should theoretically have all my ego equipped, but I'm not really going to use ego that much. So I'm just going to rock this and see how it goes. Was that a Dante clock? No, it was a ticket. Okay. I thought I saw Dante. The final checkup. Oh, do I really want to go in here with... Yeah, sure. I probably won't get steamrolled. We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far, and for me to prove my hypotheses. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry. My hypothesis has never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. I faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not going to like where this is going. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're gonna force us to distort saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't really do that, even as you're insistent. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? You should distort. Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'll end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. That'll have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you end up turning into a pecatulum? You could end up being a pecatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered on our way through the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what type of pecatulum I would turn into. Eblet, I don't remember any of these. I think sloth, wrath, something? Oh, gloom. I think gloom, wrath, sloth. But how could you... Think about it. If I were to become a pecatulum, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning into a pecatulum reveals me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like of you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I'm not any kind of congenial person who earns others' favors at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair might express distaste against this decision. But once I become a pecatulum, it might as well mean that Hanohim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt cloud your judgment in killing the pecatulum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? You're talking about your life here. Don't you have any mutant manuals, like, with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip, heads or tails. Well, I'm pretty fucking bad at coin flips, so I hope you're doing better. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the Academy. I believe that there is certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can rather than be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and papers, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the flies inside my cabinets, for example. Key and the files inside my cabinet. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I am feeling quite the envy for all you all. I wish I could be witness to my very own distortion. Huh? If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. nods. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the Fathoms. And you will progress through the mirror dungeon as you've always done when facing a distortion, to reach the deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Something. And once you've made it that far, it will likely that you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen, should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how the bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Oh yeah, how's he doing? Bamboo-headed Kim? He was recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. Oh, it would seem that we were ready to activate the monolith. That was quick, okay. I'm confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a peccadolum. Indeed. And I can still hear them. Oh my god, that's kind of a sick fucking distortion, though. Oh, that's what I saw on the bottom. That is actually kind of fucking cool. I want this guy as a fucking ego or something. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says that we'll bring him back, no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write his tips on how to do this or something? He says that you all have to do is read what's on this note in front of the distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. I don't think you'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersault? It will be done as you commanded. Mersault nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Michelle uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Inoheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently behind the shimmering veil. Inoheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment, however. I needn't expose every little detail of it. Oh my god, Lobotomy Corporation. Are we actually in... That is such a fucking cool... Oh, I love that. I don't know what this means. Did he actually work at Lobotomy Corp? Because that'd be cool if this was like an employee. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Oh my god. Is he an employee of Lobotomy Corp? Because, oh my god, that would be so fucking cool. It's very red in here. Goddamn. Inoheim's Fathoms. We're at a starting point of the dungeon. Oh, fuck. I can reread through this, right? Oh, thank you. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop for ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rates on the aptitude test, take only a single ego here. An ominous warning sign greets us all. Ceaselessly. The sinners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here, but what we find there are ego gifts. What? These ain't no ego gears. These are them gifts or something, right? It appears that ego are manifest here in the shapes of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon of fathoms. As it differs from usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. Can't take them all, listen. Flaming Gauntlet, take the combat boots with spiky bits. Take the cleaning solution. Well, I'm a rupture team, right? So this one seems best suited for the situation we're in. We'll take the spiky boots. Very spiky. Unclash win. Inflict 3 count. Oh my god, it's so good. On hit, if enemy does not have rupture, coin effects that inflict rupture potency. Coin effects that inflict rupture potency inflict rupture count instead. Base attack skills inflict rupture potency or count. Each skill gains offense and will number of copies of each skill. Oh, gotcha. If a skill has 3 plus copies. Okay. Very good then. Okay, well obviously you. And then I don't know. Yes, you too.
다음 배송지는
Is that John Lobotomy Corp? I recognize that hair. And I think that is Don's ego, right? Meat Lantern? Or Void Dream, maybe. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least, to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of the Dungeon of Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You. Us. What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a Dungeon of the Fathoms. Well then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place of this much more less fascinating than this, like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. You used to work for Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're gonna have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready to fight. Okay, this is actually really fucking cool. More Lobotomy Corp lore, which I love. Oh?
어떤
Kind
상황이
of a banger?
닥쳐와도 포기한 이건 못하겠습니다.
It's your...
너무
Censored?
유치하잖아요.
Censored? No, you all seem to be the same. Censor the Lobotomy Corp agent. Waha! Cam! 2T3! That probably says something, right? 2... I don't know. Guard? Right? Let's see. Waha. Its target does not have rupture. 2 count, 2 SP. Can. Yeah, rupture, SP, deal HP equal to damage. Heal HP. 4, 3. Okay, yeah, you're just Dawn, but empty. Oh yeah, teeth. Yeah, on hit. Is this a remix of the Lobcorp music? Yeah. Holy fuck, this is a banger. On hit, deal 5 HP, 50% chance to inflict 1 bleed. If its unit is targeted by 2 units, gain 1 protection. Okay, don't jump 1 person. Turn start at less than 0. Censored Wisdom. Censored Temperance. When hit, gain crash power and haste. Oddly uncanny lantern. Gain 1 fragile for every identity that targeted this unit. If all enemies target this unit, attack with +1. Gain offense level. Madden. When it loam around for the first time, targets units indiscriminately. Okay. What the fuck is that?
길 좀 막지 마.
I was not expecting to hear a Lobcorp remix. Oh, awesome.
시간 끌지 말고 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투력도 익숙해지셨네요. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
비켜주시면 안 돼요?
결투는 끝나지 않아.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
Oh yeah, Malcuth. They're actually a lot more visible here. guard. Oh, you're gonna get demolished. I'm so sorry. And then yeah, the rest of it is damage. Oh, I should have checked if there was more than one wave. I went with first. No, thank you.
비켜주시면 안 돼요?
Oh, I should have checked
걱정은
yours
하지
as well,
않겠습니다.
too. Forgot to.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Oh, you're maddened. That's cool. Oh, and I can't take your flash either. I like it. I'd rather gamble that. Oh yeah, you're unbreakable.
명령대로!
So it doesn't matter.
길에서 비켜. 길에서 비켜.
제압 완료.
That was nice. I really like that. Oh my god. More LobCorp lore is a fucking godsend. And we're actually meeting someone who used to work there. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate over two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch the abnormality, and distortions, both entities of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening into their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to this experiment? If so, try this on. If the researcher's hands was what looked like an ignition plug, or a testing machine of sorts. I guess. One of you. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw? After scribbling their observation into various papers, the researcher let Gregor go. Gregor took off the gear and presented it to the researcher, who returned it, but they simply shook their head in response. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. 30.
관리자님,
I was
멋진
expecting to go
전략이었습니다.
down to like dead. What is this? Base attack skills that inflict burn count. Very cool. More damage, 1 burn count. On hit with these skills. 1 defense down, 2 times. Identities who all base attack skills inflict burn. Gain offense level equal to the number of surviving turns. Okay, I don't do burn though, so not very useful.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
So, how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to a distortion affects each subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But Hanohim, you're in the dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's power whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. The tale began when the man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants, isn't he? Mr. Hanohim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Oh, whichever is the case, I wasn't planning to censor his appearance anyways. I'm assuming you saw it, because purple? Wait, no. He's Malkuth too. I don't recognize that at all. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? My what now? I think that's what he said. The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months. Not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about you quitting, then it would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but You're the only one who saw my potential. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before, you know what I mean? Oh, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corp's primary criteria was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hanaheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm very adept at spending my time all alone, all on my own. It is one of the few hundreds of distinguishable features that set me apart from the ordinary man. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Mr. Hanaheim? Huh, what an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do, and I've been thinking, if I keep at it one day I might find myself living at large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corp. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about just drastic changes in one life is a realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself indeed. But you are, like most rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyways. So I'd like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you got me? Ah, thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of a physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies, hard logic. What? Want to shoot for the Department of the Year reward together? You seem rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose, I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish for me to engage in such inane conversations. You, us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. Okay, so we got like, what, Yasad 2.0? All lonely and then makes a
두려움을
friend,
모르는 건
and then I'm
나쁘지
assuming he,
않습니다만 좀
gang
무식하게
names.
돌격하실 거라면
Because I mean,
전
how else would
빠지겠습니다.
it go, right? So I think I'm clashing.
명령대로!
I can't really go below. Because once I make one clash, I end up in a higher level.
괜찮은 공격입니다. 앞으로도 이렇게만 해주세요.
I went back on the 5 with him, Lee-Sang, I mean.
저대로 돌려보낼
But the
생각은
second I want
아니시죠?
to clash, it's
확실히 처리해야 합니다.
straight back to higher sanity.
예외
So
처리하라는 말은 하지 마시게.
base value is 10, base value is 10, yeah.
예외 처리하라는 말은 하지 마시게.
땅 끌지 말고
And again, I guess if I get it down, okay. Because I'm down to
걱정은 하지
27.
않겠습니다. 어차피
And then I'm gonna win
이미
the
이길
clash.
거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Oh, unless I don't clash. Yeah, something like that. And then that. Because I'm look like.
명령대로!
Thank you.
이 약점을 기록해야지.
This truly
약점을
is-
잘 누리셨습니다. 이제
완료.
해결사의 총투법도 괜찮네요.
켜달라고 했잖아요.
Alright. Time for more lore. Or maybe, I don't know. Yeah, okay. It's finally here, the Department of the Year reward. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the halls compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know. It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuition and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. Oh, I see. That's why he chose Heathcliff, right? I'd assume so, because this guy's kind of got that upfront personality like him. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. What? Aren't we in LobCorp? I don't know what's going on. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotion. There's multiple LobCorps. Is he not in the main one? Because then that's my love and happiness completely gone. Some promotions and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation for one. You... us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. Hey, Yuri, you wanna come on? Again, pretty sure that's the ordeal siren. The fall of the Farmer Elcourt. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. Okay, so this is what it looked like. What is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate this structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that your chance of survival in cases of crises such as these are usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the procedure may settle on primitive methods, such as drawing lots to seek fix to escape. And in my barbaric groups, the survivor will be solved by not even night. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument, a suggestion from you. Compare yourselves. Whose sole final purpose in life is going to be leading for office job and making good on your debt payments? And me, who has produced several groundbreaking and evident in research at such an early age, whose life in your eyes is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. My compound lies 90 seconds later. I found the employees of my department behind and all of the escape pilot had survived. How could you, without even a hint of remorse? That is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have maintained a full rational plan. But I still almost as pure as though his heart was pumping in his mouth. Now that that's over with, I invite you to come face me, the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating this distortion in a fight, I don't think that will bring him back, I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. That can't possibly be all there is to it. Okay, so yeah. Not a great person, but we kind of already knew that. Rupture? Let's go. Fey Lantern within the containment unit. A cyan-hued fairy flutters toward the wiry, ancient branches of the tree and softly lands on one of them. The branch seating the fairy sways as though it entices us to get closer. bright, countless yellow eyes shimmer from the shadows beneath its roots. What a beautiful specimen, this Fey Lantern. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the Abernauta recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from Fey Lantern? Oh, this is easy. What the hell is concavity? It's a midwinter nightmare. Right on the Mandy. You know you're a Fey Lantern. But that's not all. Recently it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm glad to have run into a kindred soul. You received a bony twig that seems to have come directly from the Fey Lantern itself. Every time Rupture activates 3 times on enemies with Rupture, due to getting hit by allies' attack skills, 2 offense down on said enemy. On kill with a base attack skill. Inflict the remaining Rupture counter. Oh god. My throat hurts so goddamn much from all this talking, bro. You wouldn't understand.
실력 없으면 따라오지 마세요. 방해되거든요.
어떤 상황이
You aren't
닥쳐와도
abnormal, or
포기한
you aren't ego wearer that nice. So
못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
I want John Ego back.
사냥 시작.
I keep saying that, like, oh my god. The fact that it has the duration of like the
제대로 들어갔습니다.
in it, or at least like parts of it, whatever you want to call that.
괜찮은
I'm waiting for
공격이네요.
Twitch on it.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Sure. I guess the music has stopped. The lob clip has ended. I thought we were gonna get more about
걱정은 하지
안 돼요?
않겠습니다.
not
어차피
a Yuri
이미 이길
situation.
거라고 확신하고 있으실
It's all
테니까.
good. More lob clip large and roll, I guess is pretty nice. Here we go. Let's try it. Oh my god.
길 좀 막지 마. 자, 강력 기동. 시간 끌지 말고 길에서 비켜.
Some bonus. 2 rupture count. Just no on
처리했습니다.
still be.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고
길 좀
확신하고
막지 마.
있으실 테니까.
길에서 비켜. 배달부 고독의 통제 시퀀스 시작. 침착하게 활로를 개척하십시오.
I want to go back to normal fights because I want
최선을 다해 임하겠습니다.
ego characters. They're the same, but well, I'm assuming they're gonna be the same. Oh,
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도
can I
포기한
choose the
이건
other one?
못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
Fucking John Invincible. Please stop doing this. Just show me their damn resistance. I guess that. No, not that. What the fuck am I doing? On hit. And I don't even know how to break it. Yeah, I guess I don't know. And then you're gonna focus on that.
사냥 시작.
No rupture and sin. My hero. You have rupture, right? Only if you have a high enough speed.
흐름을 따라 달려가면 역시 여기 숨어 있었네요.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투력도 익숙해지셨네요.
Oh, that hurts.
핫츠!
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만
Okay, I'm
또
gonna pretty much
무식하게
ignore the
돌격하실
clock
거라면
now.
전
Did
빠지겠습니다.
I fuck this up? No, I have no pride. I'm not a very prideful person, I guess. Oh, no. Yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to lose. As long as you don't tails roll, you should be fine. I don't really care if these lose, I don't think.
개체 제압.
Okay. God,
그걸
what a
무기로
slow
때리시면
move. Okay, that's fine. And that's fine. Oh, his stagger resist is a lot
어떤
higher now.
상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하...
That is so much reading that I'm not
그건
gonna do right
못하겠습니다.
now.
너무 유치하잖아요.
Do I need a pop ego? No. I'll just do this.
개체 제압.
I think you're back right? No, you are only a third. I guess it makes sense. Paralysis
이봐.
is really nice right now.
버틸 자신 있어?
Because that means you're gonna hit not as hard. But I'm doing
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
really glowing, by the way. Is that good? Fair? Glowing, kind of the opposite. And that hurt.
어떤 상황이
Yeah, this kind of
닥쳐와도
sucks.
포기하... 아! 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
개체 제압.
You should stagger on the foot.
승부처다.
앞으로 그런 어설픈 공격을 하지 마세요. 적어도 제 앞에서는 제 나를 지켜주시죠.
해주시면 안 돼요?
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
I cannot support it. That's all I can. You roll through the still lose.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠?
Okay, yeah, you're gonna kill.
확실히 처리해야
You
합니다.
probably won't kill. You're gonna kill. I really don't want to use that. You go.
사냥 시작.
길에서 비켜.
Okay. Isang isn't awful, but it's sort of, at least from like what I've seen so far. The idea of someone that just kills himself for ego resources or something is interesting, but probably not very useful.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고
Decently,
확신하고
but
있으실
also is, like,
테니까.
very unreliable, right? I guess, I mean, count-wise he's alright, if you have an upside quad and all that, and you actually get his flash boost and stuff, but still. I just think it's
캐리어 출력 상승. 신속
for him, he has like, what, 3 hours, 4 hours, okay. At least I'll have
제압 완료.
At least I'll have a 4-hour video to upload, right? Alright, final abnormality. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, their faces brighten as they approach us. Please, will you investigate the area ahead of us? We will help with the best of our abilities should you accept. Heal allies. Sure. What do we have to lose, right? Okay. I remember what he's saying. I'd love to see some proper enthusiasm, yes. I like your attitude. Take this with you. It will help you in your investigations. After handing us the gear, the researchers walked up to the centers and examining them. Once they were finished, the centers were all in tip-top shape again.
사냥에 도움이 되겠는걸요?
Okay. Limbus Company identity. Oh yeah, sure. Limbus Company identity skill 2 gains offense level 1. Yeah. I'm sorry, they mean like base IDs, right? I'm never using base IDs. That's just not happening.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Even if they don't mean base IDs, then sure, it's alright. Hold on. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you come, or fail the suppression. Place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Honohan, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard it from earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they continue to research and believe that there might be things in this world that's worth working toward.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
I would throw Heathcliff on here, but he's kind of ass. No offense, Heathcliff, but level 3. Anguish. Turn start, 1 fragile, and SP heal down. Okay. After losing a clash. Encounter start. Holy shit. This song's kind of a banger too. Apply 1 subject of observation on all enemies, then being poised potency and count equal to number of Max stack 30. Turn start and 3 stack. Gain 1 stack every time this unit takes or deals damage. Take stack plus more damage. Deal stack times 2 more damage, but on a hit, take stack percent of the damage. But on hit, take stack times 2 with damage dealt as HP. I don't know how I meant to survive that. Apply 1 subject against enemies without it. For every 10 on that target, click 1 more tremor and count. Establish hypotheses. On turn 3, gains a new pattern and prepares to use a powerful skill. After turn is over, the above effect activates when this unit has 30 poise count and turn end. If this unit did not take any damage during the preparation period before using an attack, it greatly enhances the skill. Gain 1 poise potency for every time this unit takes damage. If the target has 15, gain 1 additional. Every time this takes damage, gain 1 poise count. And an additional poise count. Turn start gain shield equal to 30% of missing HP. Shield cannot exceed 15% of max HP. If this unit has burn, use burn count together. Burn count times 1.5% shield HP. Shield takes 100% more damage from rupture effects. If the shield gain due to this effect is destroyed for the rest of the encounter, oh god. Siphon 10 SP from targets with higher SP than this unit, max 3 in descending order of SP. Turn end. Suppression. Final power 35 poise potency. 2 tremor, 3 tremor, and count 1 crit. Dismantle. Okay, tremor, yeah, tremor. Contemplation. Final power for every 5 potency, gain 4. Target has shield from 2 more. Okay, basically, I don't really know what I need to do here. Like, I don't want to hit him, but I also do want to hit him, I guess. Oh. I'm assuming that would be Contemplation Eyeball. Oh, that's interesting. Anyways. I guess I'm just gonna go forward with it until I don't fuck up.
사냥 시작.
Oh, I probably should have placed that. That's a guarantee to the shield. Because if you shield it, I'm gonna get
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 종족들이 익숙해지셨네요.
I don't know how I'm gonna get rid of his He only does it at 30, right? So if I don't get 2 hits next turn, I should be fine.
승부처다.
앞으로 그런 어설픈 공격을 하지 마십시오. 적어도 제 앞에서는 제 통을 지켜주시죠.
That's anyway. There are 10 poise potency and poise potency to gain, plus 2 final power. Okay, I don't want to go too hard this scene. I just want to win flashes pretty much. Okay, so you're gonna do something. You kind of something. I don't have fast, do I? Okay, sanity. I'm not really suffering sanity right now. Mainly just because these things here, it looks like I can pull off. Something like that, I guess. I don't want to do some of them. It's failing, I think. Okay, so this would be 1 count, 4 count, 5 count, 8 count. With an 8 count, we won't be at 30. I believe.
모든 걸 걷어들일 수 없어.
You can come down.
나무와 함께
Oh yeah.
베어 넘겨드리죠.
And then you just have to
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한 이건 못하겠습니다.
I can hit you as much as I want.
너무
You only have 7 count.
유치하잖아요.
So I want to do this.
길 좀 막지 마.
I should do that. I hope I'm doing this right. I just realized I'm doing what I am.
배달 로봇 및 품질 시퀀스 시작. 신속하게 환율을
Oh
개척하십시오.
god, I actually know it's gonna get crazy. No.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도
Trigger
포기한-
extinction? What?
이건 못하겠습니다. 너무
Trigger
유치하잖아요.
extinction sequence. Consume half of poise potency and count itself, gain some of consumed by time final power. So 20. Deal some 40 more damage. Some of Reduces remaining poise countdown now. If user took no HP damage last scene, guaranteed crit. If user took HP damage last scene, does not crit. Instead deal 80% less damage. Okay. So yeah, then this attack is fine, I think. I mean, I definitely hit you last turn, so I just need something that will guarantee a win, and I'll be pretty much giant. I don't even really need to guarantee a win. We'll do that. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression efforts seem to be sailing. We're back to what you were seeing, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I can observe nothing from the view. I don't believe I've committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Ah, of course, it may be irresponsible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that, in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like he said, this expression is going well, but this was wrong. Like it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Carlheim trying to hide from us? What if you do feel like it was what you did? Weakens poise passive adaptation, running away from something. Confirmation bias, defense mechanism, adaptation. Oh god, I don't know what happened. Defense mechanism, confirmation bias. I think confirmation bias was the one that gave him shit on him. Faust relayed my words to Hanohan. Another sign to my story, isn't it? Indeed, that was quite feasible. You were correct. That other sign is what often gets lost in the process of obsessing over species concepts like the fathoms and the heart. Speaking from a consequential point of view, perspective provided by one's memory is narrow by nature. Even in the fathoms, the deepest part of one's heart, where many believe lies nothing but empirical absolute truth, we are still capable of lying. Fantastic, isn't it? They call it metacognitive error. Some call it unconscious bias as well. I see. You argue that the story I have shown you was simply a fabrication. Indeed, I have not shared my perspective from my employees, but there is no way by which we may verify them anyway. Is it obvious what that is? They're all buried underground, breathed even of their final words. I can finally understand, at least to a degree, what Brigadier and Don Quixote have been telling me. There is nothing to call a human face remaining in this distorted form. I think I caught a glimpse of loneliness from Valentine's expression. SP passive weapons begin self-death. Oh, that's the one he sets up my SP.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하지. 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
Then we can do a choice event is passive replaces confirmation bias. Turn start, boost 15 SP. Siphon 5 SP from targets with higher SP than the symbol. Let me actually read. What was the other one? Adaptation, defense mechanism. Adaptation was the one I didn't expect. Defense mechanism, I don't care about. You're a mass attack. Could we... Surely you will hang to someone who just from his head. Never mind. Hey, I changed it to the right one. That's an easy one to do it now.
절대 세력 한. 자, 강력 배달 모드로 기동.
I don't know what having more than 30 teams are special. I guess I'm the best one.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
I've already forgotten the name of it. Hopefully he doesn't do it again. I doubt he will. I'm assuming it's every 30.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하지
Adaptation? Yeah, adaptation.
못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
No matter what trial is. Okay, he isn't actually hitting that hard. But you two are getting a lot of trunk, and this seems to be a lot more on time. Which might actually help me get back.
명령대로.
These two can't really do anything along.
흐름을 따라 달려가면 역시 여기 숨어 있었네요.
Okay, go for some decent, that was some decent damage. I wish I should have
또 방심하다가
Okay, I
당하셨네요.
have to do a shit ton of
하지만
damage this
아직도
game
할 수
already.
있으신 거 알고 있습니다.
Pretty much.
조금 더 해보시죠.
I need one doom skill. There's my one.
길 좀 막지 마.
Okay, 4 and 3. Not bad.
승부처다.
Okay, nice. Nice. I kind of have to play this skill from the others. Shit.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만
Been rolling my SP.
좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면
Okay,
전
this time let's
빠지겠습니다.
not... I don't know what this doing. 17. This rolls me. Not a big. Higher than 22. 26. There we go. You two are gonna start dying soon.
사냥 시작.
시간 초과 배달 가격 충분한 중. 더 이상의 시간 제한은 충전의 안전을 보장하지 않습니다.
Nice.
내가 너를
Still
지키고
getting
할
like 20
것이니
power.
넌 반드시 부서진다. 롬벨.
It seems that there is something else you would like to tell me. Very well, you may go ahead and ask. I am prepared to answer any of your questions. Is January trying to hide something? Can I say this again? Nope. Adaptation. What if you do feel like you did something wrong? Vouch for my words. I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion, but you are incorrect. I have already done much contemplation regarding that matter, and you have definitely concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance, that I am a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hanahim, am not the kind to make rational suggestions such as drawing out to see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to partake in the low contest of strength to survive either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain for the urge to survival. Arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of us all. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame my base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So no, I have no reason to believe that I did it wrong. The it shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. That wasn't a sin. Even as Connor Hume defended himself, it seemed as though there was some sense of responsibility was pulling him down. Especially those last words. I could barely sense a usual air of confidence. Adaptation to
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
When we can do the choice event, gain 1 poise potency every time the unit is hit. If the target has 15, gain 1 additional poise potency, however, reduce targets by 3. Okay, that didn't cause him to do anything, but I think that is already happening beforehand. Let's see, I'll use them one last time. And then I'm going to... And then I'm going to have them retreat before they do something in retreat. And can pray first.
길 좀 막지 마.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
That last time. Sucks. I don't know
또
what's going on.
방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
I'm pretty sure you'll be able to survive all that, but if you can't, go down instead of
길 좀 막지 마.
The problem is if I don't get extra die from it, then I'm pretty much fucked. You stack. Okay, yeah, you're just gonna have to fix them, and then you should be back.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요.
I did gain 1 extra die.
하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
You could debuff that. Okay, what was that? Best what we need with that. Okay. Crash and sight. We're gonna have this guy. That makes sense, you know what?
명령대로.
구석구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 덕없이 무겁지.
Oh my god, baby. You have like 200 damage. I mean, I'm doing a lot of damage, but I just don't know how much.
아직은 세상에 궁금한 것이
I mean, maybe after the final choice event, it's like considerably
뭡니까? 바보 같은 전술.
Okay, you're gonna have to target.
원하죠.
Thank you.
또 책에서 이상한 이야기를 읽고 따라하시다가 이렇게 된 거 아닙니까?
Not unbreakable coins, which is
제가
sad,
진짜
but
어버이 때문에 제명을 못 살겠습니다.
not one of those targeting. Nope. What is targeting? You. That coin is. Which one are you? An item. Right. AED wins against that, so I can Okay, I'm being targeted by 2 coins, so I can't really do much. first one is that coin. Second one is that coin. Wait. No. No. You're not being targeted anymore, right? Huh? Your last coin is... Okay, never mind. You're not doing that. Okay, yeah. I'll use kind of just gonna get a beating.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
What else do you do, really? Oh god, I just realized that. If I full on lose it, because there's no possibility. I'm done. Either that or I did something wrong, which it's definitely possible.
네가 새로운 실험체냐?
뭡니까? 이 바보
Okay,
같은
that's
전투는.
everyone come back.
뻔하죠.
Wait, you're not doing it
또
this time?
책에서 이상한 이야기를 읽고 따라하시다가 이렇게 된 거 아닙니까? 제가 진짜 어버이 때문에 제명이 못 살겠습니다.
사냥 시작.
Yep, he has two control shields again. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. No, I still have no
승부처다.
뭡니까? 이 바보 같은
Does he
전투는.
just stop doing it?
뻔하죠. 또 책에서 이상한 이야기를 읽고 따라하시다가
Must be
이렇게
fuel
된 거
efficiency
아닙니까?
down. Yeah.
제가 진짜 어버이 때문에 제명이 못
Does this heal,
살겠습니다.
perchance? Nope. When this unit deals or takes bleed? Yeah, I'm not going to bleed damage on.
명령대로.
가족들이 이걸 봤으면 다들 걱정했을 겁니다. 돌신이 하는 질색했을지도 모르지만요.
God, that was frightening. I guess that's a reset then. Oh, I get a second try.
현장에서
okay.
직접
Well,
뵙죠.
if he's at the same HP, I'll try a little. If he's not, I'll go back and bring a better team.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만
Okay. Well, I won't.
또
I won't
무식하게
force you
돌격하실
guys to go
거라면
through that.
전 빠지겠습니다.
I'm gonna go bring another team that can probably beat him. Alright. Bye bye. Just realized some people might want to actually see these new egos, so here is the cleaning solution spray. We take the illusionary... Okay, that one's not new, so I'm bringing the bleed team. Yeah, again, see you when I get there. Several researchers are moving about in a hectic-looking laboratory. Did something escape? Or something? As we stood there gawking at the mess, someone walked up to the sinners. Get out of my way. Actually, you know what? Perfect timing. Eat this, come on. We don't have much time till the clinical trial report deadline. Sure, I'm quite hungry. Go get our motors. Otis's face lights up with surprise as soon as they take a swig of the researcher's potion. The potion seems to have alleviated a great degree of stress from Otis. Their eyes were practically twinkling. The clinical trial was a success. Thanks for volunteering. Please take this. It's one of our newest lines of medicine. Enhancer MK4.
당연히 내가 1등 스코어지.
On hit with the final coin against enemies with 15 rupture. Inflict 3 count. Base attack skills like inflict rupture. Clash power +1, deal 20 damage. How jolly. We see the adored blossom moth within this containment unit. Small crimson particles of flame surround it like an aura. The flaming wings die out one moment, only to roar vigorously in the next. An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this adored blossom moth. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Okay, this is the same. Subaquatic blossom. Don't know what that is. Right on the money. All enemies with 2 to 7 burn count gain 1 to 2 burn count. Oh, so just unlimited burn. When enemies take 5 hits from an ally's skills, then inflict burn, trigger burn once, then reduce burn count by 1. Oh, well, semi-percentage. Pretty decent. Several messy, frantic letters are carved into the wall with knives. I can practically feel the sheer horror and desperation of their writers from the wild letters. Upon closer inspection, the deep marks tell a tale written in terror. They're swarming us with monsters. I hear them breathing. They're going to kill us all. Save me, please, someone, anyone. Save me, I don't want to die, please. Fear is what drives men to madness. The monsters are near. I can feel the rumble of my feet. They are coming. There are unfinished sentences written on the wall. Death has carved deep marks between them. Look around some more. Sure. Go get them, you. Noticing something, Don Quixote points to an area on the wall. There is a small crack between the countless scribbles and the letters. I carefully reach my hand into the opening end. I can feel the tip of my fingers brush against a card. Someone must have hidden it there. This might come in handy later.
지금은 성공했지만
During the encounter, when an ally retreats or is defeated, randomly apply 3 offense up to all identities. When 3 allies... no, 6. 3 allies with the lowest SP heal 15, 10, and 5. Oh my god, that is amazing. Where have you been all my
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
Okay. I'll probably skip through this fight a little too, since we've seen pretty much all of it. I don't know, if something new happens, I'll probably show it, but... I got it. Alright, yeah, so this time, I'm probably gonna go... what was it? Defense mechanism, I believe. So that's new, and I think I also need one getting the shield. Running away? An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away, to deny and evade what happened. It was too pathological a choice, is it? I'm very well aware that the only way to solve the problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When my issue arises, one, in the very rare cases where I find myself in of an emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions, expressing fear and anger as a common list of resources. But I must admit one thing. Now that I've conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that it has been entirely mature to these essential emotional patterns. Of course, this does not mean that I will not remove the sense of murderers, find those not as evil as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand what most of anyone was talking about, but I can't shake the fact that everything in these signs was an effort to distance myself from his own emotions. Inadequate defense
또
mechanism.
방심하다가 당하셨네요.
승리로
하지만 아직 더 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
Gain the E-shield equal to 15% max HP. We burn count times 2, shield and 4. Whoa, okay, what do I mean now? 60%. And does not lose rupture count when under 3. Okay, that's what it is. Well, that's what I was doing. Alright, just started having a good day.
괜찮은 공격이네요.
So I'm assuming this is the
앞으로도
end of the
그렇게만
fight,
해주세요.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Wait a minute, this has 400. That is 2 of them. He's not even gonna believe, by the way. He's most likely dead to believe it.
기도해라.
Oh, there's his dead form. Kind of like distorted, bamboo-headed camp, right? Oh man. Okay. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope in potentialities because of me. A hope, in anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I just can't save my skin without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found in rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time, some other time. Is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Phantoms slowly beginning to close. Safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in a game of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to do so, but it is quite a romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to put a firm belief in myself and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find a ray of potentiality among the mediocrity after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is preparing to depart. Huddleheim researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? You. No, thank you. Everything has to end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange. This guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have become mediocre, but they each hold potentials within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events of the LCE, we returned to the bus where Charon and Virgilius were waiting for us.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한
Guess that's it.
죄책감도
Okay.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
That was pretty nice. Well, I like
그러니
that.
가릴
He
것
was
없이
more about
마음껏
LCE,
마셔.
and that guy turned out to be
그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
well, okay, this is like 4 hours long or something. We need to end this. But yeah, that was really good. I'll try to do more FTL probably because I've actually been really liking that.
곧 인간들이 잔뜩 찾아오겠지.
I
아무것도
guess
모르는 얼굴.
bye bye. That's all for today.